All right, good morning. Welcome into the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. And just testing this out real quick, do we have a video about charging the furnace that we could pull up on the screen? So for those in the back, have you guys been into the Museum of Glass before? You have? Nice. Well, for our new guest in the museum, I just wanted to point out real quick, in the back of the hot shop here, this is where we're going to be getting our glass from. Not this specific one, but this is an example of one of our glass furnaces. And I don't know if you could see it from over there, but we have these flames kind of licking out from behind the door. The furnace is working extra hard right now, trying to melt down some fresh glass mixture that we just put inside of it. And we have this stored inside of these metal tubes right by the furnace there. So every now and then you may see someone coming into the hot shop and pouring some more of that glass mixture into the furnace. And this is called charging the furnace, which is that video I tried to call up just a moment ago. But we're going to be using the furnace over on the left side of the hot shop there. And we're going to get started with some mold pouring, which is just pouring some clear glass into a graphite mold. And you can see we have some mold poured glass down here in the front, but this is definitely very different. Today we're going to be making a very specific project of these little Washington State pieces of glass. And I didn't mention this yet, but just to point out the temperatures of our furnaces, the glass furnace usually stays at a pretty steady 2100, 2150 degrees Fahrenheit. And then our open face furnaces, they're currently heating up. You can see they're not glowing very brightly. These will usually be heated up to about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So for those of you coming in, I just wanted to let you guys know. I'm not sure how long it's going to take us to get started up in here, but we will be getting started over on the left side of the hot shop. When we do get started, I recommend that you take a look around the galleries before stopping into the hot shop. All right, so welcome into the hot shop, guys. We are getting started on our projects now. This is just going to start with some mold pouring. As you can see, we've just poured some clear molten glass into a mold on the table. This is just a graphite mold of Washington State, and it has a couple of little designs in it that look almost like 3D cubes. And we have a couple of these completed over on this table here. I know it's pretty hard to see from over there, so maybe I'll be able to show you guys a little bit later on. But up on the screen, you can see a really good view of the glass sitting inside of that mold. And this nozzle that Sarah's using up on the screen is going to just spray a little bit of compressed air onto the glass, helping it cool down a little bit more quickly. So the goal of this is just to make sure that the glass is solidified. There may still be a little bit of a glow on the inside of the solid glass, but they want to make sure when they put it away that it's not going to be moving anymore. So when a piece of glass is finished, we have to cool it down really slowly so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And this is especially important. The thicker the glass is, the longer it has to cool down. So this piece is going into the annealer, which is staying at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's going to slowly cool down at least overnight, but probably longer in this case because of the thickness of the glass. So for those who just joined in, as you can see, we're pouring some glass into a graphite mold, and we're going to be doing this multiple times. This is a sort of commission piece or commission project, so we're going to be making a certain amount of them. And each time that we pour the glass into this mold, we have to use this little nozzle here to blow some compressed air onto the glass. This will just cool it down a little bit more rapidly. And you can see that the glass is still glowing pretty bright at this point, which means that it's still pretty hot. We have to let it cool down until it stops moving, and then we would be able to put that glass away. And the glass, when it's coming out of the furnace, is at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. That furnace is going to keep it really nice and warm, steady at that temperature. And at this point, the texture of the glass is very viscous and sticky like honey. So every time they're pouring the glass into this mold, you'll also see that it's sticking to that spoon that they have as well. So they need to knock that excess glass off. And since this project is all clear, something interesting is we can actually reuse this clear glass. So it's all going into a specific bucket so that we can eventually break it apart and put it back into our furnaces to melt down again. And we would not be able to do that with colored glass because that could taint the rest of our clear inside of the furnace. And now that this glass has cooled off enough, this is tipped over into some Kevlar gloves. This is going to protect the artist's hands as they pick it up and carry it over to be put away inside of the annealer. The annealer is that large black box over on the right wall. This will slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight. In this case, definitely longer, because the thicker the glass, the longer it has to cool down. And over on the left side of the hot shop, I want to point out, you could see some pieces that were made yesterday, and that furnace has cooled them down enough for a long enough period of time that we're able to open the doors and let them cool down enough for us to touch them. Now, I was told earlier that later on we will be making some blown forms of glass. So this is just solid glass poured into a mold, but later on we may be making some similar pieces as to what are inside of the annealer over on the left side of the hot shop, which is that black box on the left wall. So as you can see, we have some large blown forms with a black base to them. And we may be seeing some colored accents for these today. And once again, for any newcomers, once this piece is finished, it's just going to be placed inside of the annealer over on the right side of the hot shop. And this is going to allow that glass to cool very slowly overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And the thicker the glass, the longer it has to cool down. So in this case, it's probably going to cool down even longer than overnight. And once again, once they have poured the glass into the mold, this large metal spoon is just going to be dumped of that excess glass, and then they dip it into some cold water to cool it down more rapidly. They want this metal to stay nice and cold when they're gathering the glass from the furnace so that the glass doesn't stick to it permanently or just stick to it in general as they're trying to use this large tool. And each time after pouring that hot glass, they're using a small torch to heat up the surface of the glass, especially in those corners, just trying to make sure that the glass is completely flowing into those corners. And because we're not working with color yet, I think I'll share a quick video describing how we get color on our pieces. If you stick around long enough, you may see us do this in person for those pieces that we have in the annealer over on the left side of the hot shop. But this process that we use is called a color drop or color overlay. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we have a good view of Gabe gathering that glass out of the furnace. And it looks like they trim off a lot of that overhang where the glass is just coming over the edge of the spoon, making sure that they don't have any cold glass that gets inside of that mold. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I want to give you guys all a little introduction as to what we have going on. So this right here specifically is more of a commission. We're making a certain amount of these, all pretty much the same object to give to a company or just a specific yeah, that works. Or a specific person. So in this case, we're just making clear objects of glass poured into a graphite mold. So this graphite mold is kind of like a non-stick pan to glass. If we pour the molten glass in there, it's not going to stick to it. even though the glass itself is sticky and very viscous, kind of like honey. And because all of this is clear as well, whenever we have excess glass, we're able to set it aside in a specific bucket, which you can see laid out next to the furnace here. So we'll pour that excess glass in there. Later on, we'll be able to break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again, basically reusing that clear. And in this case, you can see we've just poured some glass into this mold, and it's slowly losing its color, turning back into clear glass. And we just want to make sure that this glass is no longer sticky or moving anymore, and as soon as it's cooled down enough, they tip it over and put it away, which you're about to see here. And this is going to be put away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. It's going to stay in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool it down with the press of a button. And then it just slowly cools down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. Most likely it's going to take longer than overnight in this case because the glass is so thick. And they're going to keep making these until they have the exact amount they need for this commission. So thermal shock is kind of hard to describe, but it's if you heat glass up too quickly or cool glass down too quickly, then the glass will break. And you could see that in person. Maybe you saw a YouTube video where someone pours boiling water onto a frozen windshield, and then maybe the windshield cracks. That's an example of thermal shock. And right here, you can see that the glass is so hot that sometimes it'll stick to our metal tools, which is why we're dipping that metal spoon into water after each time we're using it. We don't want the glass to permanently stick to that spoon because we need to use it over and over again. And if I didn't mention the temperatures exactly yet, the molten glass is coming out of the furnace at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the open face furnaces that we have on, these are still heating up currently. They're not as bright as they usually are, but these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So in this case, these little torches are usually used to heat up small areas of glass. In this specific case, though, they're just heating up the corners of the mold, trying to get the glass to kind of flow into those corners and get a little bit more of a sharper edge. As you can see up on the screen, it's a little bit rounded in some of those corners, and that's something that we kind of just can't avoid sometimes because glass wants to be a really round shape since it is a liquid. And you could kind of think of it as flowing like taffy or putty at this point. Right now, it's not freshly hot anymore, but it is still slowly moving over time, which is why we leave it in the mold for so long. And every now and then, you'll also see them use a second nozzle. And this does not have a flame coming out of it at all, but this is just going to be blowing some compressed air onto the glass. You may already have seen that, you may not have, but this is just going to cool down the surface of the glass a little bit more quickly. And just in case anyone didn't already know, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. And that applies to everyone in our audience. So I would consider glassblowing to be one of the most dangerous arts for sure. Even seen people describe it as maybe the extreme sport of arts, because you have to be able to lift. Yeah, you have to be able to lift heavy amounts of glass. You have to be able to withstand a lot of heat and many other things. So each of these pieces is just a stand-alone piece. So what you see here is the final product. And there is still a little bit of a yellow tinge to these, but that's just because they're still quite hot at this point, probably over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in the core and around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface of the glass. Yeah, so actually speaking of those black pieces over on the left of the hot shop, we're supposedly going to make some more of these right after we finish this next little mold piece. And the new ones that we're going to be making are going to be using color. They're going to have a black base just like those, and then we'll also have some color details. But the solid black color is going to come from something called Color Bar, which is this piece of glass I have in my hand here. This is just solid colored glass through and through. And we'll melt this down and then drop it onto a small clear bubble and then spread it over top. And then kind of like blowing a balloon out, that color is going to continue to get thinner, but it's going to remain around that entire bubble, giving us that really smooth, even layer of color across our piece. So you guys should see that pretty soon here. Similar to your question earlier, is glass blowing dangerous? Cutting the glass is part of the glass blowing, so it can be a little bit dangerous, but you just have to avoid touching anything hot while you're blowing glass. And it looks like these pieces are cool enough for the artist to touch, so they're now bringing them out and placing them on the front pedestal here. If you guys really wanted to, you could come to the front row and take a look. Just a little bit of a closer look. It's pretty much the same thing.
Are those pieces considered finished at this point?
So usually when we break a piece off of the pipe, there may be a little bit of an imperfection on the bottom of the piece, such as a little bit of roughness or excess glass left over. And at that point, we would have to grind and polish it off. And sometimes they're able to use a little torch on the bottom and get rid of those imperfections before they put it away. So that may be the case for this one, but most likely they usually have to grind off the bottom just a little bit. And that process is called cold working. So kind of like a wood shop, we have some various tools like a belt sander and a disc sander and all sorts of things, but they have diamond grit usually instead of any other grit. And the diamond grit is going to very quickly and easily take away the glass. So for this one, we would have to flatten the bottom out because there is that unevenness. And you do have to be careful with certain pieces of glass, like this one, it's really thick and solid, you might think that it would be pretty safe, but it actually does have a crack in it. So if it already has imperfections in it, you have to be really careful when doing the cold working process, or maybe not do it at all, because it can break further or even maybe explode in some cases. So I've actually been seeing this really frequently lately. I feel like I used to never see it until like starting a month ago. But just as an example, over on the right side of the hot shop here, they're actually partially in the process of filling this furnace up. So inside of these metal tubes, we have a glass mixture, which is mostly silica sand. And they'll throw it into the furnace slowly and then melt it down a little bit, throw in a little bit more. But it has to melt down for 3 days so that the air bubbles rise to the surface and kind of disperse. And I think that it happens at least a couple of times a month. And each furnace has about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of it. Yeah, it's really dangerous to inhale silica dust. And so we actually have a special little booth around the corner called a powder booth. So if we ever work with powdered glass or powdered silica, then we're not inhaling it. It has special ventilation pulling that glass away. And with this mixture back there, it's like it's clumped together with other materials. So it's not like a dust. But whenever we are putting the glass in the furnace, you could see that Nick is dressed up with this special mask so he doesn't inhale any of that. So you can see over on the right side of the hot shop, Nick is now adding some more of this glass mixture to the furnace. And whenever we do this, you'll see the flames inside of the furnace start to kind of push outside of the door. Just a little bit of flame exposure. This is because the furnace is working really hard to heat up that cold glass inside of it. So both of the furnace types run off of natural gas and forced air, but our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen. So this is what we'll get started on next. And we do blow a bubble. Usually it starts really small, just like the size of my fist. Yeah, it's just like a straw. The pipes that we use are just like a straw. We'll have glass on the end, then we'll blow through the other end, and it passes through and inflates the glass like a balloon. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined us. As you can see up on the screen, we're working on pouring some glass into these molds. And this is just a graphite mold. Graphite's basically kind of like a non-stick to glass. The glass is not going to stick to it as we pour that molten glass in. And right here, you can see there's still quite a bit of color inside of this glass. They want to make sure that it's nice and cool before they put this away so that it stops moving completely. We don't lose the shape of what we already have. And we're supposedly going to make 1 or 2 more of these, and then we'll be done with this specific project. And then we'll be moving on to creating some of these blown objects that you can see on the front pedestal right here with the black base. So just to point out, this furnace where we're pulling our glass from here with the closed door, this is where we're getting our glass today. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, running off of natural gas and forced air. It runs 24/7 to make sure that the glass is always at that nice temperature and the texture of honey, which is kind of viscous and sticky. And then these open face furnaces are still heating up just a little bit, but these usually run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, also running off of natural gas and forced air. So just after taking the glass out of the furnace, they cut off any excess glass that's hanging out of that spoon. And then they'll carry this over to the mold. And any excess glass that's left inside of the spoon is dumped inside of a specific bucket for only clear glass. And this is going to allow us to basically reuse that clear glass. So later on, we can break it apart and put it back into our furnace to melt down again. And that's something that's really nice about using clear glass only, is so that we can reuse that glass. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. As you can see, we are finishing up this mold piece. And this mold is supposed to be the shape of Washington State. And this is a commissioned piece, which means that we had to make a specific amount of these for a specific person or company. And these are just clear glass, as I was just mentioning before. This little nozzle here is blowing some compressed air onto that glass, cooling it down a little bit more quickly so we could put it away. And this is the last piece that we're making that's inside of this mold like this. Then we're going to be moving on to some blown pieces that have a black base, just like these pieces right here on the front pedestal. And this furnace that Gabe is using in the back there, this is running at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it can hold up to around 1,000 pounds of glass. And then these open face furnaces we're going to start using pretty soon here. These are running between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see a little bit of information about them up on the screen. Now, both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air, kind of like a gas stove. And then our torches actually run off of propane and oxygen We'll be using some of these torches a little bit later on. And I just want to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And that applies to my entire audience. So if anyone has a question, feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. And after each of our pieces are finished, this is brought over to the annealer, which is the large black box on the right wall. And this is going to rest inside of that box at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock, staying at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit and then slowly cooling down. So you'll see us use these whenever we're putting glass away or if we have to handle something hot. These are Kevlar gloves, and I've been told it's the same material for firefighting suits. So it's going to protect our hands and our bodies from the heat for a short period of time, but you still want to get the glass away as soon as possible so you don't feel any of that heat. So the mold that we were pouring the glass into is a graphite mold. And I may briefly mention it's kind of like a non-stick for glass. The glass is not going to stick to graphite at all. It does, however, stick to steel, stainless steel. So every now and then when they're using those tools to touch that molten glass, you kind of saw they were sticking to the glass a little bit. And we also made sure to dip that large spoon into a bucket of water after each time using it, just to make sure that the glass doesn't stick to that metal. So the shape of the mold is the final shape of the piece. And maybe what you were seeing is the face of the piece kind of has this texture of almost cubes, like 3D cubes. So there's these little square shapes across the entire surface of the piece. That was on the very bottom of the mold, but then when we flip it, it becomes the top of the piece. And because we were cutting off a lot of excess glass, this was all kind of landing on the floor. So they're getting rid of that glass, cleaning it all up so that they can safely walk around in that area again before they get started on our blown pieces. And our blown pieces are going to start with applying our color. So we have a little dial kind of in front of this furnace here, and it tells you the temperature of the air kind of near the furnaces there. So in this case, it looks like it's about maybe 80 degrees Fahrenheit over there. So it feels pretty toasty to them, so they choose to wear shorts instead of pants. So the only thing you have to be careful of in the hot shop is to not touch the hot end of a tool and to not touch the glass itself, and then you're all set to go. So you just don't touch anything hot, then you won't get burned. So they can reuse the clear glass, which is really convenient since we were using a lot of clear glass. So all of the glass that was kind of dripped off into a specific bucket will be eventually broken apart and put back into the furnace to melt down again, basically reusing that glass. So it really depends on what we're making. Sometimes we're making pieces of glass that are super thin and kind of dainty and kind of small, like a goblet, for example, which is like a fancy cup with a stem. And in that case, we're using very, very, very little glass per day. And if we're making something solid and large, kind of like these pieces here, that would use quite a bit more glass. So it really depends on what we're making that day. And it also depends on how quickly we can make the project. So the more complex it is, the longer the project is going to take, which means that we're going to make less of them, which means less glass. So it's all just a ton of calculations, really. So maybe these little glass pieces here might be a couple of pounds. It is solid glass, but it is a pretty small piece. Something like this is going to weigh a lot more. So in the Museum of Glass, a lot of our employees, or the people who work here full-time in the hot shop, they all have over 20 years of glass blowing experience each, a couple of them almost 30 years. And anyone that we invite in is also pretty professional, and they usually know how to work with glass. So I've never seen any bad injuries in the hot shop at all. Now, I've seen like teeny tiny little burns every now and then if you accidentally touch yourself with a hot tool or if you're too close to something that's too hot. But that's just kind of like burning yourself in the kitchen by accidentally touching a hot pan. It's not really the end of the world. So at the center bench, we have a small clear bubble. And then over on that left bench, Sarah's heating up a piece of color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass, much like this one in my hand here. And after heating this up, this is going to be dropped on top of that small clear bubble. And this process is called a color drop or color overlay. It's going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. In this case, we're going to be making a solid black, just like these pieces right here. So when the museum is open, our glass blowers are usually blowing glass for 6 hours, for as long as the museum is open, along with an hour lunch break in the middle of the day. So something that's really interesting is there's actually multiple types of glass. This glass that we're using in the hot shop specifically is called soft glass or art glass, according to some. I think it's mostly just called soft glass because it's actually softer than other types of glass. So this actually has a lower melting point, which means it melts at a lower temperature. And that means that it can't go in the dishwasher, it can't go in the microwave. You have to be pretty gentle with this glass here. Meanwhile, there's another type of glass called borosilicate, for example, and that is like a scientific glass, so beakers, Pyrex, things like that, those can all be exposed to a lot more heat. So we actually do have a larger furnace than what we have on right now, and I've only ever seen them turn it on 2 times, I think, but it's just to the left of this center one here. You could see it kind of behind these metal doors. It's really big. They made, the biggest piece I've ever seen was made in that furnace. It was about an 80-pound clear glass bell jar. And a bell jar is just kind of like a glass dome that you put over another object. So I'm not quite sure what furnaces you're pointing at, but I'll just point out this closed door one is our glass furnace. So this is where we keep our large pool of molten glass, and we also have another one on the left side of the hot shop. They both just hold clear glass, but we have 2 so that we can use one and fill up the other one at the same time, since it takes 3 days to melt down our new glass mixture. And then these open face furnaces are only used for reheating. There's no glass inside of these open face furnaces. So it may not take exactly 3 days for the glass to become molten, but we let it rest for 3 days so that air bubbles can rise to the surface of the glass and then disperse and pop, since we don't want to be gathering clear bubbles inside of our glass pieces. So that's the process that you just saw over on the left bench or on the left side of the hot shop. Either way works. Right now, this glass actually has color on it. It has that black color on it. You can see the clear layer of separation between the colored glass and the clear glass, which is just glowing this bright orange. And I'll mention as well, it's really hard to tell what color the glass is while it's hot, because it's going to be glowing kind of like lava. But as it cools down, you'll be able to see more and more of that true color. So this pipe that the glass is on the end of is hollow, kind of like a straw. So air can pass all the way through the entire pipe. And so all we have to do is blow into the other end of the pipe opposite from the glass, and then this is going to go through and expand that glass kind of like a balloon. And we just have to continue to blow more and gather more glass and then blow more, and this is going to allow us to make our pieces bigger. And I think just in case there's a couple of new people in here, I want to reintroduce what we're working on right now. So these were made yesterday, I believe, and this is what we're going to be making again. These are supposed to be kind of like a Halloween theme. They're going to have a black base and then maybe some colored accents, such as purple or orange or red. And this is all starting over on that left bench. We've just done something called a color drop or a color overlay. And that's when we take a piece of color bar, like this in my hand. It's just some colored glass. We'll melt it down and then drop it onto a small clear bubble, and then spread that out, usually using the marver, which is that metal table that you saw them using over on that left bench. And once that's spread evenly, they're going to gather another layer of clear like they are right now. And this is just going to help start to build up some mass for the piece. We want to blow it out pretty big, so we have to gather many more layers of glass. And each time after gathering clear, you'll usually see them use this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called the block, and this is going to smooth and even out all of that fresh glass they just got. These are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water. So that bucket that they're dipping it into just has water in it, nothing more. And each time before gathering our next layer of clear, we're always letting the glass that we already have cool down quite a bit until it stops moving and we lose a little bit of the color inside. This is because when we gather out of the clear furnace, obviously a lot of heat is going to be applied to the glass that we already have. And we don't want to lose the shape of what we already have. We don't want it to be moving around uncontrollably when we're getting that new layer of color, clear glass in this case. And usually once we have all the glass we need, it'll be moved over to the center bench where they'll start to kind of finish the piece up, fully blowing it out and fully shaping it. And every now and then that heat will start to travel back, kind of down the pipe towards the artist's hands. So over there, we're just using a trough of water, the pipe cooler, to splash water up onto the pipe, cooling it down pretty rapidly. So now we'll be able to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. Now this pad here is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And these are going to char a little bit over time. And so we will have to trade them out once every couple of days or so. But we can use this to kind of guide which way the bubble is going to blow out and change the shape of our piece entirely. And this large fluffy flame here, this is running at around the same temperature as the furnace, maybe between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch we can use to heat up specific areas of the glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece of glass inside of the furnace. And this right here, these are the pair of jacks, 2 metal blades. And when Gabe was going in with that pair of jacks, he wasn't cinching all the way down. He was leaving them open quite a bit and pulling away from the pipe. And as you can see, this stretched a neck for us for our piece. Much like these ones on the front pedestal, we have that nice long neck. And next he goes back in and he's creating a jack line, which is going to be a line or a divot near the connection between the glass and the pipe itself. And this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And for those who just joined, right now we are currently working on making some of these pieces on the front pedestal right here, just to point them out to you all. And these are going to have a black base, but we're going to have some colored accents, such as purple around the opening and the handles, or red, for example. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and grab my attention, and I'll come right over. Well, the body of this glass right now is black, and you can kind of see a line of separation right where the pipe is. The pipe has clear glass on it, and then we have the black a little bit further away from the pipe. And the black right now looks red, but that's just because it's glowing so hot. It's kind of like lava. It's radiating heat and it's radiating light at the same time. So we're not going to be able to see that black color until a little bit later on. But this was applied pretty early on in our process. We just started with a really small clear bubble, and then we dropped that color on top and then spread it evenly out. Our color is starting with something called color bar here. So we just started with some black color bar and then spread that over top, and now we have our color for the entire project. Other than the colored accents, of course. Those will be applied a little bit later on. So when we attach extra bits of glass, such as handles, the glass is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that the glass is, of course, still too hot to touch, but it is going to be pretty hard, just as normal room temperature glass might be. And to get the color on our little handles and accents, we'll usually use something called frit, F-R-I-T, and these are little shards of colored glass. And I don't really have an example for you here, but you may see that a little bit later on. You can imagine you just take the clear on the end of the pipe and you roll it inside of that dish of colored shards of glass. kind of like applying sprinkles to the top of a cupcake maybe, but you can melt those sprinkles in. So I briefly mentioned this torch earlier. You can see that they're using it once again to just heat up the shoulder of the piece. And as Gabe was heating up the shoulder of the piece, he was having someone blow really hard into the end of the pipe on top of that. And this is creating that really nice round bulbous shape right in the middle of our piece now. So using that torch, we were able to apply a lot of extra heat in just that one area of the glass. Now you may be wondering right here, what are we doing with these two wooden paddles? And right now, this is shielding Gabe from the heat of the glass. The glass is really hot. It's actually radiating heat itself as well. So it can get quite warm if you have your hand or your arm near the glass itself. So we use wooden paddles to shield the artist from that heat. I believe these pieces are for the Museum of Glass store. Sometimes if it's near a holiday, we'll kind of try to fit that theme. So these are supposed to be kind of Halloween pieces with these really dark, moody colors, and then these really dark accents of purple and red. So right now they're just trying to work on creating the foot of this piece, which of course is this kind of geometric blown shape on the bottom here. And so they're just going to focus the heat in that small area that they want to edit. They don't want anything else to blow out on this piece, so they're just going to heat up the very bottom. And this large fluffy flame, sometimes they'll use it to heat up cold areas of the glass as well. We want to keep everything at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. So while they're editing just one small area of the piece, they have to continue to make sure the rest of the piece is staying nice and warm as well. So we work on the lower half of the piece first, which you could see right here. And then we actually have to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece and then break it off of this pipe that it's attached to right here. And this is going to kind of flip the orientation of the piece, as you can imagine. So then we'll have access to the other side of the piece. And then all we have to do is kind of flare this open. Right now we do have a pretty nice neck shape. We just have to flare it open and then add our little handles and any other designs that we might want to add. So both our types of furnaces, the glass furnace and the reheating furnace, run off of natural gas and forced air, just like a gas-powered stove maybe. And then our torches, they actually run off of propane and oxygen. So just now they've attached that second pipe that I briefly mentioned earlier. And the second pipe that we attach to the piece is called the puntee. This one is a really simple puntee. It's just a solid pipe with a little solid clear attachment on the end. And now once that connection is secure, they'll go ahead and they'll apply some water to the area they want to break off. And this is going to cause purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. So Gabe is going in with that water now, right at the jack line, that little divot in the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the top of the piece. Now we can start to create our neck. And right here, the glass is still cold at this point, but that connection is still nice and warm. So while that connection is warm, they're just making sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom. If it was off-center, they would stop and support the weight from the other side using that pair of tweezers, kind of letting it fall back on center with the pipe. And I know that's something that you guys don't technically need to know, but I like to explain even the small little things, just in case anyone's wondering. So usually the wood that we use in the hot shop is a cherry wood or a fruit wood if not cherry wood, because it's a little bit harder than other woods and it's also not super expensive. And now after heating up the opening of this piece, Gabe goes in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out. And while that glass is still hot, he quickly goes in with a pair of shears and he's trimming all of that glass off that he just used the tweezers on. So when we break a piece off from its original pipe, usually that connecting area is a little bit thick, a little bit uneven, just kind of imperfect. So they trim off a little bit of that excess glass and it leaves them with a pretty perfect opening, nice, straight, thin walls. And it looks like over on the left, we're heating up some colored glass, and this is going to be used to create a lip wrap, which is going to be a rim of color around the entire opening of the piece. Now, before they create that lip wrap, they're just going to even that glass back out. And now that color has been brought over, and this is lightly touched down on the lip. As they rotate, this is going to follow all the way around and create that nice solid rim of color. So I actually just got a pretty similar question about the reusing glass. And with our colored glass, sadly, we can't reuse this. It is diluted within a bunch of clear glass already. So every time we used it, it would become kind of a weaker and weaker color and kind of just be imperfect. But our clear glass we can reuse. We can simply break it apart and put it back into our furnace to be melted down again. So whenever we're working with all clear pieces, it's something that's really nice. But today we're working with color, so they're just going to create as little scrap as they can. And to flare this piece open, Gabe has just been continuing to use that pair of jacks, those two metal blades. And if we want to create a smaller neck, we can go on the outside of the neck. This is going to smooth that glass out. And then if we cinch down a little bit, this is also just going to create a narrower opening, as you might imagine. And continuously throughout this process, they're making sure to heat up the back end of the piece and that connecting area where the glass is meeting the pipe, just to make sure that everything's staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And now it looks like our first handle has come over as well. And this is going to be the same color as our little accent around our opening. This is attached to the upper portion of our neck first, and then we're able to flip this over. And create our handle. So as you noticed, it was kind of sinking down and touching the opening of the piece a couple times, but Gabe was able to quickly correct this by hitting that soft glass, and hitting the glass will actually break it away from the opening of the piece, kind of like tearing a piece of silly putty. If you apply enough force, it will kind of break as if it's a solid, but it is kind of a taffy texture right now. So now we're going to mirror that first handle we created on the other side of the piece as well. And to make sure that that second handle is exactly where it needs to be, Gabe was just quickly going in with a piece of chalk and marking where he wanted to place that handle. And now our second handle has come over. And once again, we're mirroring that first side we created. And this style of handle I want to share with you all is a Roman handle. So if we were to look closer at the texture of this handle, we would have these three humps. And then the best way I could describe this is the way someone told me is if you hold three fingers out and we have these three humps and then we have these two lines going right down between those fingers. So that's pretty much that same texture of this handle here. And it's looking like that accent in these handles are going to be a red. It's really hard to tell what the color of the glass is going to be when it's hot, but as it cools down a little bit more over time, you can start to see more of that true color. And if you look through that glass with the furnace in the background, you can kind of see that red color. And some reds are really interesting in the hot shop. Sometimes they'll look gray or black while they're hot, but then as it cools down to room temperature overnight, it changes back into that really rich, bright red. And before breaking a piece off of its pipe, you'll usually see them torching the back end like they are right now. You can also tell when we're getting ready to break the piece off because you'll see somebody get dressed up in those Kevlar gloves. And these are going to protect the artist's hands as they pick that piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, we're going to apply some water to that connecting point, causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. They're going to lightly torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends. And then finally, we'll put it away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool this down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that first blown piece of the day. So we may see a variety of different shapes and sizes made with these pieces, just like they did yesterday, as well as some different colored accents, maybe purples and reds. And we should get started on that next piece pretty soon. So if you missed the beginning where we were applying our color, you can stick around for that process. This is going to be called a color overlay, color drop or color overlay. And it looks like this is starting over on that left bench again. Our first step is taking a piece of color bar out of this little oven that they have over there. And this has been preheating that color bar up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And once again, this color is going to be dropped onto a small clear bubble, which is going to be created at the center bench here. So all of our pieces do start off pretty much this small here. Then we have to build up more and more layers of glass to create mass for our piece, to create a bigger piece. So we will be gathering a few more layers over top of this as well. So as you just saw, they heated that color up and then dropped it onto that small clear bubble. And this is going to be slowly rolled back to completely cover the clear bubble and create that really smooth, even layer of black across our entire piece. And to roll this color back, we are using the Marver, which is this metal table. And we have these throughout the hot shop. We usually have these pretty small ones by the furnace, but we have this really large one by the center bench here that we use to roll a piece that's been blown to a much larger size. And just as a little reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, once again, feel free to grab my attention. I'll come right over. And before gathering layers of clear, they always let that glass that they already had cool down quite a bit. So now once we do gather, this is just going to make sure that that glass we already had is not going to move around. And after gathering that fresh layer of clear, we'll use our block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. Yeah, so right now they're actually blowing to expand the bubble that they already have inside. So you remember we had a super small clear bubble, and then we just slowly expand this with each layer of clear glass that we gather. And then eventually, once we have all the glass we need, it's brought over to the center bench, and they start to fully blow it out and turn it into some of these blown forms that we made yesterday as an example. And these will be blown out pretty thin. They look pretty thin, in my opinion, at least. And just now, Gabe took one more gather of clear glass, but he actually allowed a lot of this to drip right back off the bubble and back into a bucket. And this is called a strip gather. We're just getting a partial layer of that clear. And now they've come over to the center bench where they'll start to blow this out and turn it into one of these beautiful blown forms. And next, to shape this glass, Gabe is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And if we hold these newspapers on the side, as you can see, this is creating a longer, narrower shape for our bubble. If we were to hold them on the bottom, this would create a squatter, wider shape for our piece. And this large fluffy flame here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And as Gabe is using these newspapers, somebody is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe as well. And this is starting to expand that bubble, giving us a bigger piece. And next, Gabe goes in with a very important tool. These are the jacks, these two metal blades. And as he's going in with the metal blades, he's not cinching all the way down. He's leaving the blades open quite a bit as he pulls away from the pipe. And this is going to stretch the glass and give us a neck right above that bubble. So now, as you can see, we have almost sort of a mushroom shape, but that long section is going to be the neck of our piece, and this larger blown section is going to be the body of our piece. And then Gabe goes in one more time with that pair of jacks, and he's creating a jack line this time. This is where we remove the piece from the pipe later on, is from this little divot. And as you can see right here, they've focused a lot of that heat onto the main body of the piece. They're now going to start rolling this on the marver, which is the large metal table here. And this is another way to shape our glass, but this marver is pretty cold compared to the glass, so it's also going to be cooling the surface of the glass down. So right here, it's a little bit hard to see from this angle, but Gabe is going in with that pair of jacks, and he's creating a divot in the upper section of the bubble, maybe like the upper third. And this is just going to give us almost a pear shape for this body. So they've just flattened the bottom of this piece using a wooden paddle. And now they're just going ahead and torching the back end of the piece, kind of where the piece is connected to the pipe. We want to make sure to keep everything nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And on the right side of the hot shop as well, you can see Nick is slowly adding some more of our glass mixture over time. And this is mostly silica sand, along with a couple of other ingredients to lower the melting point of our glass. So this is our glass furnace. This is where we're getting all of our molten clear glass. And when the glass is molten, it's kind of the texture of honey. It's very viscous and sticky. And this second pipe that we're attaching here, this is the punty. And this will allow us to break this piece off from the original pipe and give us access to the other side of the piece. And to break this off, we're going to cause some purposeful shocking and cracking just in that connection area using a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we do have access to the top side of the piece. We're just going to start working on that neck area now. So I just want to share with you guys real quick that these are the forms that we're working on today pretty much. These were made yesterday and they're supposed to be a sort of Halloween theme. So we have a solid black base and then we have some dark colored accents, whether they're red or purple or orange. And at the center bench, we are pretty far along in our main body of this piece. We're just working on the neck portion of it now. And our next steps are going to be adding a little accent color around the opening of the piece and then adding some colored handles to the piece as well. Really depends on what exact piece we're making though. And if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to let me know. Just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And as you can see, they've just brought a bit of color over to the center bench. And they're wrapping this around the opening of the piece. Once again, this is called a lip wrap. This is going to give us a rim of a completely different color. And welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. At the center bench, you can see we're pretty far along in our current project. This is just going to be another solid black form, kind of like these on the front pedestal. And it looks like we are currently working on the neck, kind of flaring this opening out a little bit. Then over on that left bench, Sarah's going to be working on creating some handles that will be attached to the sides of this piece. Woo, that made me jump a little bit. So sometimes that will happen if that connecting point is a little bit too cold. So thermal shock caused that piece to fall off and hit the ground. It's something you don't see very often. Now, sadly, this colored glass we can't really reuse, but we want to make sure to break it apart as early as possible so that it's not going to just sit there and slowly explode and kind of shatter. Never mind, he says he just does it for fun. So he's just breaking this glass for fun. You could see the water hitting the hot glass is instantly shattering it. It is pretty satisfying to watch. So something interesting I wanted to share with everyone is if we were to look really closely at this glass, you would technically be able to see through it if you kind of shine a light through it, and you would be able to see the color that is creating the black. So there's not a lot, if at all, of true black when it comes to glass blowing. It's usually like a darker gray or a really dark purple or a really dark blue that you kind of can't see through because it's so rich. So now this process is going to start from the beginning at the center bench, where we create a small clear bubble. Then over on the left, Sarah's heating up a piece of color bar. And this starts off just like this. It's just some solid colored glass in the form of a bar, hence the name color bar. We'll melt this down before eventually dropping it on top of that small clear bubble. Then we'll evenly spread this over top of that clear bubble. And welcome to the few who just joined. Currently, we are working on creating some of these larger black forms over here on this front pedestal. And these are supposed to be sort of Halloween themes, so we're using a lot of dark and kind of moody colors. The base color is going to be black. It's going to be accented with purple or red handles, for example. And over on that left bench, they're about to apply that black color to a small clear bubble. So Sarah's heating that color up inside of our furnace. This furnace that they're using runs between 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this one's used for only reheating. There's no glass inside of this specific furnace. And after that color is dropped onto the bubble, this will be lightly flattened down and eventually rolled back completely to cover up that clear bubble. And all of our clear glass is coming from these large tanks with the closed doors. This one right here we're not using today because it's currently melting down some fresh new glass mixture. And whenever we do this, it usually has to sit for about 3 days. And this is going to allow air bubbles to rise to the surface that were trapped within that glass and disperse and break at the surface of the glass. And to roll this color back, we're using the marver, which is this metal table here up on the screen. And we have multiple of these throughout the hot shop. Our largest one is at the center bench here, and we can use it to roll the glass for an entire piece, so a lot more glass usually, to create different shapes and to cool down the surface of the glass in certain areas. And I know that this glass doesn't look black right now. It's kind of a red between orange and red, but that's just because of how hot this glass is. I kind of like to describe it like lava. It's emitting so much heat that it's also emitting light. And that nozzle that was being used is blowing some compressed air onto the glass, just cooling that glass down a little bit more quickly. And this is done before we want to gather another layer of clear glass. We always have to let what we currently have cool down before we gather that next layer of clear. And here you can see we are using our glass furnace. This is where we're getting all of our clear glass once again. The texture of this glass is viscous and sticky, kind of like honey. And after gathering layers of clear, you'll usually see us use this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called the block, and this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. So those buckets behind the benches are just filled with water. And after gathering one more layer of clear glass, the excess is kind of dripped into a bucket. And when we allow that glass to drip off the end of the bubble, this is called a strip gather, just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. And they'll usually do this if they want kind of an in-between gather. They don't want to be too much bigger, but they do want to build up a little bit more mass. And after gathering clear from that furnace, sometimes the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands on that pipe. So on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe was quickly using a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe inside of, and it cools it down pretty rapidly. And now, as I briefly mentioned earlier, once we have all of the glass we need, we move over to the center bench where we start to blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. And all of these forms so far have been pretty different from each other. You can see the ones that we made yesterday, these large blown black pieces here. And next, to continue shaping this piece of glass, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. That's that pad he's using here. And this is being used while Sarah is blowing into the end of the pipe. And next, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades, carving a jack line into the glass. This is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And these little wooden paddles are being used to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat of the glass. You'll see these being used especially if they're working with a larger amount of glass, such as they are right here. And next they're going in with this small handheld torch here. And this little torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that's over double the heat of the furnaces, over double the heat of the molten glass. So as you can see, this is very quickly heating up a small section of glass on the very bottom of this piece. And going in with a wet wooden paddle, Gabe is just simply flattening the bottom of this piece. So for those who don't know, we do work on the lower half of the piece first, and then we flip the orientation of the piece and we can work on the other side. So pretty soon here you'll see how we do that. We attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece, and then break it away from the pipe that it's attached to right at this moment. And you'll see them using this torch on and off. I probably already mentioned it, but it's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like the furnaces. And this large fluffy flame will heat up larger sections of the piece at a time, but not the entire piece overall. So we can kind of focus some extra heat in one larger area of the piece than another. And right here, Gabe briefly marked the bottom of the piece using another piece of glass. You can see this left a little ring. Just going to give them a target to place the second pipe on top of. And the second pipe that we attach to the piece is called the punty. This punty is just a solid metal pipe with a small solid clear attachment on the end. And as you saw with breaking the piece off, all we do is apply some water to the area we want to break off, causing purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass, and then tap the pipe, and that creates a vibration that travels through the pipe into those small cracks created by the water, breaks that piece cleanly off. So this intervention, they're working on just heating up the opening of this piece, or the front half of this piece. And once they've gotten that nice and hot, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks and just very lightly widening the opening while pressing a paddle against the opening to even the lip out. And then quickly another piece of color is brought over, and this is touched down on the lip. As they turn, this will follow all the way around the opening of the piece, creating something called a lip wrap. So now we're going to have a separate rim of color than the main body of the piece. And this tool that they're about to use here, this is called the Sophietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So now this has helped them inflate that shoulder and given them a nice round shape of the body, kind of like a fishbowl. And this tool that Gabe is going in with here, they may look pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have wooden blades for this specific tool. These are called the pachofis, and we can use these blades on the inside of a piece. We can even use the tips of the blades to kind of push from the inside of the piece to get a different shape. If we were to do that with the metal blades, then we're going to have gouging and scraping. It's going to mess with that hot glass. But with the wooden blades, it's going to be a lot more gentle and allow us to get that shape that we're going for. So now the front of this piece has been superheated to the point of it starting to kind of warp a little bit. Some of you probably saw that. And now, as they're turning the piece really quickly at the bench here, this is causing a little bit of centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from them spinning. And that, combined with the heat, is starting to flare this piece open little bit by little bit. And while they're flaring this open, they're also sandwiching the top and the bottom of the piece in between two wooden paddles. And this is just going to make sure that all of those walls are nice and straight, so that when we're finished with the piece, it will sit evenly on a flat surface. So now, after doing all this, we should have a pretty nice shape, and we should have a piece that'll sit flat and even on a flat surface. And before breaking a piece off, you'll always see them torching the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass and the pipe are connected. And this is because we break the piece off with a little bit of water. We want to make sure that the surrounding area is warm so that cracks from the water do not travel. And now, to break this off, they're just going to apply some water to that breaking point, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe, just like earlier. This should break that piece cleanly off into these Kevlar gloves here. And then it'll be carried over to be put away inside of the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this is going to slowly cool down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock, from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that second piece. You can see our first one up on the screen in the corner there. Nice. So like I said, this is going to sit at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. They're all staying in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we press a button, and then it slowly cools down. And does anyone have any final questions before we take our lunch break? All right, so we will be back in about an hour from now. You are totally welcome to join back in, and then we'll blow glass until 5 p.m. And when we leave, there's going to be a time up on the screen, and just keep an eye on that time. That'll tell you when we're coming back. And thank you for stopping by. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We're just getting started here, but we're going to get started on a project that they were working on yesterday. And these are the examples of what we're working on here. These are just supposed to be some kind of Halloween-y forms. So we have a black base color, and then we'll have some accents of some moody colors, such as maybe purples and reds. And if anyone ever has any questions throughout the process, feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. But I'll just start you all off with a little hot shop rundown or a little tour. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, which you may have just seen them gather out of. It's this large tank with the closed door here. And this is holding up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And our open face furnaces that we have at each bench, these are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, sometimes a little bit hotter depending on the thickness of the glass. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Later on, we'll use some torches. These run off of propane and oxygen. I'll make sure to point those out when they start using them. And over on that left bench, they're starting with the very first step of this process, which is going to be a color overlay. And that's how we're going to get this really smooth, even layer of black across our entire piece. So up on the screen or over on that left bench, Sarah is heating up a piece of color bar, black color bar. And I'll hold up another example of this color bar. This is just a piece of white. It's just solid colored glass through and through. We'll melt this down before dropping it on top of a small clear bubble. And then we'll evenly spread that color over top of that clear bubble. And this will create that smooth, even layer of color. And I also want to point out, just because I'm getting started here, up on the screen I have some closed captioning. Sometimes it can get a little bit loud in here, so I just wanted to point that out. If you have a hard time hearing me or understanding me, I do have the closed captioning up on the screen. And you'll notice that this little piece of glass that Sarah's working with, it doesn't look black right now. And that's just because the glass is so hot. It's radiating heat as well as light, kind of like lava. So right now the glass will be orange or red, but it is still truly black. As it cools down, you'll be able to see more of that color. So to create this color overlay, they're going to hold that clear bubble upright, as you can see right now. And I'll point out that they're letting this clear glass cool down quite a bit. It's losing a lot of its color, you'll notice. And this is so that we don't lose the shape of that small bubble underneath that color that we drop on top. So now Sarah is bringing over that black, dropping it right on top of that clear bubble. And this is going to be pressed down into a little bit of a disc shape before being rolled back to completely cover that clear. And I'll also mention that we always start our projects on the side benches, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench and start to fully blow it out and turn it into the final form, which is going to be something like one of these vases maybe. So once they have all their glass, they will move to the center bench. And once again, these pieces that are out currently, they were made yesterday. Whenever we make a piece, it usually has to cool down at least overnight through a really slow cooling process. And now that these are out, they actually have to be ground down and kind of polished on the bottom of the piece. As you'll see later on, we have to break the piece off of the pipe, and sometimes that can leave behind like a little bit of excess glass, a little shard of glass, and we have to grind that off using equipment that's kind of similar to woodworking equipment, but we have diamond grit for the glass. And so most likely those are going back into that area. And this little nozzle here is just blowing a little bit of compressed air onto the glass, cooling it down more rapidly than if we were to just leave it alone. And we'll always let this glass cool down before gathering our next layer of clear. We want this to be pretty solid. As glass cools down, it becomes hardened again, just like a normal glass would. And after getting that next layer of clear, we'll sit down at the bench again and use something called a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. Now, these are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. As you can see, this is smoothing and evening that entire surface of glass out. So now when we blow into that pipe, that should make sure that the bubble blows out evenly within that glass. And you'll see us use this a lot more later on as well, but this is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And we can use this to change the shape of the glass. We hold it on the side of the glass, this is going to kind of create a longer, narrower shape. If we hold it on the bottom, this is going to push in towards the pipe and kind of create a squatter, rounder shape. So as you saw, they just gathered one more layer of that clear glass, and it looks like that is all they need for this specific project. So they bring it over to the center bench, and they're going to start to blow this out and turn it into that final form. And each of these pieces that they've made so far, as you can see, are pretty much completely different from each other. So they're able to have a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of fun with these pieces. And sometimes after gathering clear glass, you'll see them use the pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashing water up onto the pipe and cooling it down. As you can imagine, when we're sticking the pipe into that clear glass furnace, sometimes we have to go a little bit deeper in there to reach the glass at the bottom. And that heat will travel up the pipe pretty quickly from that 2100 degree Fahrenheit furnace. So that first torch that they just used here, this is a pretty large fluffy flame. And this is running around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So using this torch, they can heat up just one section of glass at a time, rather than heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace all at once. So in this case, they're focusing some heat on the back end of the glass, kind of near the connection where the glass is meeting the pipe itself. And next, Gabe goes in with a pair of jacks. And you'll notice he's not going to cinch all the way down. He's leaving the blades open quite a bit, and he's kind of pulling away from the pipe, and this is stretching a neck into the piece. So now we have almost a little bit of a mushroom shape, but that is the neck at the top, and then we have the main body of our piece at the bottom, of course. And going back in with the jacks one more time, they're creating something called the jack line. And this is where we remove this piece from the pipe later on. This is a line or divot near the pipe. And you'll notice we made that jack line just underneath the color. We want the entire piece to have that nice black color all the way from the top to the bottom. So we just sectioned off the clear near the pipe. We don't need that clear. And using these newspapers, once again, you could see that they're just being used pretty much on the bottom of the piece, which is giving us a wider, kind of a rounder shape for this bottom or main body of the piece. And I may have briefly mentioned this earlier, but this large metal table here is called the marver, and we're using it to continue to shape this glass up. And the marver, as you imagine, is probably pretty cold compared to the glass. It's just this large metal table sitting at room temperature. So this is going to cool the glass wherever it touches. Sometimes this is purposefully cooled in certain areas so that it blows out in a certain direction. And now using the jacks once again, Gabe is actually going onto the bubble itself, maybe about a third way down. And it looks like he's going to create just a little divot in the middle of this bubble, just adding a little extra shape in there. You could probably call that a little bit of a pear shape, maybe. A little bit of an hourglass shape. Now, continuously while we're working on this piece, we have to make sure that the entire piece is staying at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. So you'll see us go in with that torch pretty frequently towards the back end of the piece, especially later on, just to make sure that everything's staying nice and warm. Whenever we're going into the furnace, the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe, is going into the furnace last and also coming out of the furnace first. So if we want to balance that heat out, we have to use that torch. Now, this is the second torch that you'll usually see us using. This smaller handheld torch, despite how small it is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and I've been told it can get up to around 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time, and it allows us to get some finer details in the glass art usually. In this case, they were just using that small torch to heat up a small section on the very bottom of the piece, and this is going to allow Gabe to flatten the bottom using a wooden paddle, as he is right now. Just giving this piece a nice place to rest on a flat surface. So now that we have the lower half of our piece completed, we're creating a second pipe with just a small clear attachment over on that left bench. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of the piece at the center bench. And then we'll be able to break this piece away from the pipe that it's currently attached to. And this is basically just going to flip the orientation of the piece, so we will have access to the other side. So Gabe quickly marks a circle onto the bottom of the piece. This is just going to help him find the center. And then they bring that second pipe over. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece, pretty much no matter how it looks, is called the punty. This one is a pretty simple or standard punty with just a solid pipe and a small solid clear connection. And then all they do is apply some water to that previous connecting point and then tap the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, we have access to the top side of the piece. And we can start to work on the neck of this piece and possibly even add some handles and some other special designs. And because we already have the lower half of this piece complete, they're just going to make sure to heat up only the front half of this piece now. And because this piece has just been broken off from its original pipe, that little area is a little bit uneven usually and a little bit thicker, that connecting area. So you'll usually see them go in and take off a little bit of excess glass using a pair of tweezers first, just as Gabe is using here. And after tweezing all of that glass out, Gabe actually goes in with a pair of shears and trims all of that excess glass off. And those little scraps that we have of glass, I always get asked what we do with those. And since they have color in them, but they're also kind of diluted with a bunch of clear, we cannot reuse that colored glass that falls on the floor. But if this piece were to be clear, we could technically reuse that clear glass by just putting it back into our furnace to melt down again. So I want to point out at the center bench real quick, they have brought over a little bit of color and wrapped it around the opening of this neck. And this is called a color wrap. So now we're going to have a rim of a separate color all the way around the opening of this piece. And at the center bench, Gabe has gone in with a pair of jacks to start to flare this piece open just a little bit at the neck. And right now it's really hard to tell what that accent color is just because everything is hot. And even on top of that, some colors look completely different when they are hot. So sometimes when we use reds, they will look as if they're gray or black when they're hot, even if the glass is becoming solid at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And at the center bench here, I always like to point this tool out. This is the Sophietta. And as you can see, the cone will block off the opening to the piece. Then there's a mouthpiece on the other end, and we can blow a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So right now, that only opening we have is just the top of the neck. So to inflate it, we had to block that opening off. So now this has inflated the shoulder of the piece just a little bit, giving them a nice round shape. And over on that left bench, while they're continuing to work on the main body, Sarah is getting started on the handles for the piece. Now, once again, I already mentioned this earlier, but we're continuously torching the back end of the piece. This is the last part going into the furnace, the first thing coming out. And that excess bit of glass on the ground there is from earlier when we did not heat up the back end of the piece enough. So we're going to prevent that this time by heating up the back end of the piece as much as possible. And over on that left bench, that handle is being created, and I'm going to try to describe it. This is a Roman handle, so we have sort of 3 humps and 2 lines in between those humps, of course. So if you were to hold out 3 fingers side by side, it's basically the same shape as that Roman handle. This is attached to the lower portion of the piece first, and then broken off with a pair of diamond shears. Then Gabe expertly twists this up to create a complete handle. And now this has to be mirrored on the other side of the piece as well. So they're going to create one more handle. And to make sure that this is pretty much as exact as it can be, Gabe is going in with a piece of chalk and just marking the exact opposite side from the handle that they already have. So now here comes that second handle. Just like that first one, we're going to attach it on the lower portion of this piece and then bring it up. And right there's a really good view of those diamond shears. You can see we have 4 blades coming together to create that diamond shape. And as you may remember from earlier, we also have that lip wrap around the opening of this piece. So I forgot to mention, but the lip wrap and the handles of this piece are color coordinated. So we're going to have these pops of color in those 3 different places, the 2 handles and the opening of the piece. And it looks like they're pretty much ready to put this piece away. So they're going to start preparing to break this piece off by heating up the back end of the piece. And we also have someone who's suited up in these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow the artist to pick the glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, we're just going to apply some water to that connecting point right at the end of the pipe. This is going to cause some shocking and cracking in that connecting point of the glass, and then all we have to do is tap the pipe and it should break cleanly off. They're going to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that may remain. And it looks like that was a successful break. This is going to be carried over to the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. You could see our earlier pieces that were made as well, little glimpse of them. And now this is going to rest inside of that box at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. Right now, everything inside of there is sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, it'll slowly cool down to room temperature. And they should get started on their next piece pretty soon here. We usually start our pieces on the side benches, starting first with applying our color, and then moving on to the center bench to blow that piece out. And does anyone have any questions so far? Just a little reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention.
Making 1 handle's easy, making 2 handles.
So if I didn't mention already, these pieces that they are making today are going into the Museum of Glass store. And these pieces are just like the ones on this front pedestal here. They're all the same theme with a black base and then different colored accents. Today we've been making red accents so far, so that last piece, it may have been hard to tell because the red kind of looks gray when it's hot. But if you were to look through it, you'd be able to see that red color. It's pretty rich. And this one's purple. But these are going into the store eventually, and they're sort of a Halloween theme, kind of dark and moody. And over on that left bench, Sarah has a piece of color on the end of her pipe, and she's going to create that color overlay. And I'll talk you guys through the process. So it might depend, but usually you can tell by looking if if the glass has lost all of its color, like it's not glowing anymore, then at that point it is cooled down quite a bit. And if it stops moving, then you know it's pretty much hard at that point at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is pretty much the lowest temperature that you can have for glass before it breaks from thermal shock. So as soon as it stops moving and it loses all of its color, then you have to go back into the furnace and heat it up for a few seconds at least. And that's called flashing, just going in for a few seconds, coming out, which you saw them doing pretty frequently. So over on that left bench, we've dropped that hot color onto a small clear bubble. And this bubble, you may have already noticed, is pretty cold when that hot color went on top of it. So that bubble will keep its shape as we spread that color completely over top of it. And they're going to start rolling this color back by using the marver, which is that metal table in front of the furnace they were using just a moment ago. So up on the screen is a view of our left bench over there. And we're getting started on our next project. I wanted to point out to you all is going to be something like these guys down on the front pedestal here. We're going to have a black base for the body, and then we'll be creating some colored accents for the piece itself, such as the handles and a lip wrap, which is a rim of color around the opening. And so right now, that bubble of glass that we have, or that you can see up on the screen, this is actually black glass. You just cannot tell because the glass is so hot. It's glowing kind of like lava. That's the way I like to describe it. So right now it looks orange, but as it cools down, you'll be able to see that black color. Now, up on the screen, you can see a view of our pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashing water up onto that pipe and cooling it down so we can handle it a little bit closer to the glass again. And you'll see them use this pretty frequently after they take a fresh gather of clear, because this clear furnace, you have to stick the pipe kind of deeply inside to reach that glass near the bottom sometimes. And now that we have all the glass we need for this specific piece, we move to the center bench and start to blow this out and turn it into its final form. And just a reminder, all of these pieces are kind of different from each other. As you can see with these pieces on the front pedestal, they are all different from each other. They all have similarities, of course, but all of these are just a little bit experimental, and the artists are just having a little bit of fun with them. Now, this tool that Gabe is using here, these are really important. These are the jacks. These two metal blades can carve a line into the glass where we break the piece away from the pipe later on. And this is called the jack line. That's what he's creating right now, is that line or divot kind of near the pipe. And just in case some of you guys didn't hear it already, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And as you just noticed there, after heating that glass up, Gabe actually hung the pipe down with the glass towards the floor. And this is them basically using gravity as another one of their tools. So now we have a stretched bubble. We have a little bit of a longer, thinner shape of the body. And similar to that last piece we made, it looks like Gabe is creating a divot in the middle of that larger bubble again, kind of creating a little bit of an hourglass shape. And Gabe has created a longer shape of this glass yet again, hanging that bubble down. And has gone in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water to kind of control which areas of the glass he wants to blow out. So if he holds the newspaper on the bottom like this is going to create a little bit of a wider, squatter shape of that lower portion of the bubble. And then with the higher portion of the bubble, he's holding the newspapers on the side, and this is continuing to create that long and narrow shape. And I always like to point out in the back over there, Nick is actually filling up one of our furnaces with our glass mixture, which is mostly silica sand. And you can see he's wearing a lot of protective equipment to do so. He's wearing a mask so he doesn't inhale the glass particles, as well as a face shield to kind of block a little bit of that heat from the furnace. And after filling this furnace up, it's going to have to rest for about 3 days and allow some of those air bubbles to come to the surface and disperse and break before we start using that glass. Otherwise, we're going to have a bunch of air bubbles trapped inside of our pieces. So as you can see, we created a really nice geometric shape on the bottom of the piece there by using the jacks, those two metal blades on the side of the piece, and then flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. And this has kind of pushed that glass into that nice, crisp, angular corner that we have here. And now that we have the bottom half of our piece complete, we have to attach a second pipe to the bottom and then break this piece away from the pipe that it's attached to right now. And this is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. And just now, a little bit of colored glass has been brought over, and this is placed around the rim of the piece, just at the base. So this is just going to be a little accent color, almost like a little foot or a little ledge kind of coming off of the bottom of the piece. And to perfect that shape of that glass they just added, they're going to be using a tool called the copa. I just learned that. I've seen them use this tool a couple of times, and here it is. It's a little bit of a hard shape to describe. It's almost like a trough. So the empty part of the trough is obviously being pushed against that glass, and this is going to perfectly smooth and round out those edges. Now, right there, Gabe just used a small piece of broken glass to mark the center of the bottom of this piece, kind of giving him a little target for the second pipe that they're attaching. And the second pipe that we attach is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is basically to flip the orientation of the piece, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. Now, to break this piece away from its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe. And that always breaks that piece cleanly off. And while the body of the piece is still pretty cold and while that connection is still hot, they bring it back to the bench right here. and they're making sure that the pipe is centered to the bottom of the piece. If it's not centered, you'll see Gabe stop turning and support the weight using that pair of tweezers from the other side. And using a pair of tweezers, Gabe is pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of that neck. And then he'll trim off that excess glass using a pair of shears, which you could imagine are basically like glass scissors. Normally when we break a piece off from its original pipe, it's just a little bit uneven, and that glass in that area is usually pretty thick. So they're just getting rid of that excess glass and the unevenness at the same time. And as you remember, we have that rim of a separate color at the base of this piece. And so to kind of match that, it looks like they're going in with a second bit of color and wrapping it around the opening of the piece as well. So now we're going to have those two, or the same color, but in two separate places on the piece. Just little accents of color. And this tool here, for anyone that recently joined, this is a Sophietta. And that cone will block off the opening to the piece and allow us to just blow a little bit more air into the piece. You can see this has rounded out that top shape quite a bit. And after opening that piece up a little bit, Gabe is also going on the outside of the piece with that pair of jacks. And this is going to smooth and even all of that glass back out. And he can also kind of cinch in the waist of this piece a little bit, make that connection area a little bit smaller. And this piece is pretty much done. They're just preparing to break it off. And then to break it off, just like earlier, we apply some water to that connecting point, causing some shocking and cracking in the glass. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. They'll lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting this piece away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This is going to sit in here at least overnight, cooling down very slowly so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And you can see some of our previously made pieces in there as well from earlier. And hello to everyone that entered the hot shop recently. Are you guys sticking around? You guys are welcome to take a seat. Over on that left bench, we're just getting started on our next project, which is going to be another blown form, kind of like these guys right here. They're supposed to be sort of Halloween theme, kind of dark and moody. And today it looks like we've been doing a lot of red accents so far, so it's kind of hard to tell, but these do have purple handles and some purple accents around the lip and the base of the piece. So over on that left bench, we already have our black color. Right now, the glass is just so hot that it looks as if it's orange, but this is just because it's glowing very brightly. I assume that this piece is going to take pretty much until the museum closes, since it is already 4 p.m. So up on that screen, you'll see this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. And we'll use this frequently after gathering a fresh layer of clear glass. This is going to kind of smooth and even all of that fresh glass out so that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And most likely we are going to gather one more layer over top of everything that we already have as well. We're just trying to build up a little bit of mass for this piece overall. Once we move to the center bench, which will happen pretty soon, that means that we're going to start blowing this piece out fully and turning it into its final form. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to let me know. Just raise your hand, grab my attention. So now we are gathering one more layer of clear. And it looks like this one is a strip gather, which means that we're allowing some of that glass to strip off or drop off the end of the bubble. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And there are a lot of different pieces of glass in there that are all clear as well. So that hot glass hitting the old cold glass kind of cracked it from thermal shock. And now that we have all the glass we need, this is brought over to the center bench, and we can start to blow this out and turn it into its final form. And for those that just joined us, I want to point out real quick what we're working on. Right now we're working on this sort of Halloween themed pieces, and these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. We have a black base, and then we create some kind of moody colored accents. Today it seems to be red so far. And right here, Gabe is actually using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to change the shape of this bubble. And this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. It's just that thin stack of newspapers. And next, Gabe went in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here. And he went into almost the middle of the bubble here, maybe a third of the way down. But he's not going to cinch all the way down. We want to make sure that air can flow through that little area as well into the larger bubble on the bottom. And then hanging the glass down at an angle like this, as you can see, has given us a lot longer and narrower of a shape. So it looks like they're kind of stretching a neck into this glass. This large fluffy flame runs around the same temperature as our furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch allows us to heat up one area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And Gabe goes back in one more time with those jacks, creating a jack line. So this line or divot that he's creating right here, this is where we remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And this large metal table that we're using here, this is called the marver. And we'll use this to shape the glass, of course, but something special about the marver is, as you imagine, it is a room temperature large metal table. So this is going to cool down any area of the glass that it touches. And sometimes this is done purposefully to blow the glass out in a specific direction and kind of avoid blowing it out in certain areas. And since our artist has his hands pretty close to the glass here, every now and then someone will hold up a paddle to his hands or his arms, and this is just called shielding. It's just keeping the heat from the glass from hitting the artist's hands and arms. And once again, right now we're working on some forms much like these ones on the front pedestal here for those that just joined us. And we have a black base for our body here as well. And we will most likely have some red accenting as the handles and maybe even around the opening of the piece. And right here, Gabe has just gone in with the stack of newspaper soaked in water yet again, but he went in on the larger bubble, that large portion we had on the bottom, and kind of created a waist in this piece by holding pressure on either side of the bubble with his hands. And just as a reminder, each of these forms are turning out different, as you may have noticed with these pieces here. All of them are kind of experimental. The artist can have a little bit of freedom with it and just have fun with them. And to create a flat bottom for this piece, Gabe is going to remain on the side of the piece with the jacks, and they're actually going to press a wooden paddle on the bottom and just completely flatten that lower portion of the bubble out. And you can see because they're applying pressure from those two sides at the same time, this is kind of pushing that glass into that sharp angle. If we were to just push from one direction, it would just want to move in the other direction, since glass at this point is kind of fluid, like it wants to be round. So now we have a nice flat bottom, and we have the lower half of our piece pretty much complete. And now we need access to the other side of the piece, the upper half of the piece. So as you can see, the lower half of this piece is pretty much complete. Looks like they're happy with how the lower half is. So they're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, and this is going to allow them to break this piece off from the pipe it's attached to right now. So Sarah has just come over with that second pipe here. And Gabe quickly marks the bottom of the piece using a piece of broken glass, just to kind of give him a target as to where he needs to place that second pipe. And now that second pipe has been attached, if I didn't mention already, the second pipe is called the punty. And the purpose of the punty is basically just to break this piece off from the original pipe and give us access to the other side of the piece. And to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water to the jack line before tapping the pipe and breaking that piece cleanly off. Now, that area that they broke off, the glass in that area is pretty thick, maybe a little bit uneven, so usually they'll heat up just that small section before trimming off a little bit of excess glass. And this right here is just them making sure that that pipe is centered to the bottom of the piece. So when they stop turning, they're supporting the weight from the other side using a wooden paddle this time. Just letting that pipe fall back on center. So now, as you can see, we've heated up just that front portion of the piece. And next, Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's going to pinch and pull that opening away from the rest of the piece. And this is going to help get rid of that excess bit of glass that I was talking about and a little bit of that unevenness. Trimming off the excess glass with a pair of shears. We now are left with just a straight, even-walled piece with a nice, even opening as well. Now, continuously throughout this process, while we're working on any part of the piece, we have to make sure that the rest of the piece is staying nice and warm as well. So every now and then we'll go back in with that large fluffy flame and heat up the back end of the piece, which is the last part going into the furnace, first thing coming out. We want to make sure everything stays at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And welcome to those who recently joined in the hot shop. I just want to point out real quick what we're working on. So on this front pedestal here, you will see we have a lot of kind of Halloween themed pieces. They're kind of dark and moody. These have a black body or a black base to them. Then we're going to have some colored accenting to them, such as the handles and maybe even a color accent around the opening of the piece. And all the color accents we've been doing today are specifically red so far, so I assume this one would probably be the same as well. And each of these pieces is completely unique. None of them are following the same pattern or same process. Each of these are going into the Museum of Glass store. So while they've been keeping this piece nice and warm at the center bench here, Sarah over on the left has created our first handle for the side of this piece. And this is going to be connected to the neck first, then stretched up before being cut with a pair of diamond shears. And this is going to allow Gabe to twist the handle down and also create just a little bit of a decorative hook to it on the end. Now we are going to be mirroring this handle that we have on the other side of the piece as well. for just a total of 2 handles. And to make sure that this is pretty perfectly mirrored, Gabe is going in with a piece of chalk and he's just marking exactly the opposite side from the handle that he already has. And this chalk actually does stay on the glass pretty nicely, so if we need to or have to remove it later on, we actually have to physically rub it off of the surface of the glass. And these handles that we're attaching to the sides of the piece, if I didn't mention already, are specifically Roman handles. And for those of you who don't know what that would exactly look like, since it's kind of hard to see it from all the way over here, if you hold 3 fingers out, we have these sort of 3 humps. Then we have 2 lines going down between those fingers. And this is pretty much that same pattern as the Roman handle, is the way that it was described to me. And so here comes that second Roman handle. And these do also look like they are red accents, just as I predicted earlier. Now, red glass can act a little bit weird when it's hot. Sometimes it can look a little gray or even black sometimes, depending on the color that you're using. In this case, it looks kind of gray from a distance, but when the light is shining through the glass, you can kind of start to see that red. So just as I briefly mentioned earlier, just to get off those little chalk lines, Gabe was going in with that newspaper and just lightly rubbing them off. And you could tell that this piece is pretty much done. And you could tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off, because you'll see somebody get suited up with these special Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow the artist to pick that piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, we apply some water to that connecting point, and then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. We're also going to flame polish the bottom, which is using a small torch to get rid of any leftover sharp ends. And it looks like that was a successful break. So this is going to go into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall, where it will slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece, please. Thank you. You can see some of the pieces we made earlier today in there as well. This is going to rest in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of the button, slowly cool down at least overnight. So we're not going to see those pieces until at least tomorrow. And I know a lot of you probably missed the beginning of the process, so if you stick around, you may see that once again. But now is definitely a good time for questions if anybody has any. All right. So next, our artists are just going to be working on some smaller scale projects, maybe a twisted cup, for example. And if you haven't seen those yet, they're actually using molds to get the special lines or designs on the outside of the glass. So at the center bench here, if you're wondering what's going on, right here, Gabe is actually just cleaning the wax off of his tools using a hot piece of glass. So this little piece of clear glass here is just going to be scrap. There's nothing really, there's no purpose of this specific piece of glass other than just to clean those tools. So this little cup that we're creating at the center bench is kind of reminding me of when we were making lots of goblets previously. This is a pretty thin-walled cup. And it looks like this cup specifically was not stuffed into a mold, so this one's just going to have those smooth walls. And right here, it may look like Gabe is just kind of showing off, but he's actually using something called centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from spinning. So as he's spinning the glass, it is still hot, and so it's kind of pulling that glass out and creating a longer, thinner shape, which you could see here. Now we have almost sort of a tube shape for this glass. And it looks like my little goblet thought that I was having earlier is right. So this is going to be kind of reminiscent of a goblet. They're creating something called the ovolio, which is a little, not an hourglass shape. It's an hourglass if the bottom and the top of the hourglass were flat. And this is going to be a connection point between the main body of the cup, or the drinking portion of the cup, and the stem of the glass. Now, sometimes with these fancy little cups, they'll just create a blown foot to attach to the bottom here without creating a stem, or sometimes they'll add a little decorative stem in between the foot and the drinking part of the glass. So now it looks like Sarah is coming over with a small blown bubble. And this bubble is blown big enough for me to think that this is a blown foot after all. So we are just going to have the foot right onto the bottom of that volio. And could I actually have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So just as an example, those black pieces that we were creating earlier, we're using that same technique of the color overlay to get that really smooth, even layer of black throughout our entire piece. And we do use a pretty small amount of color for each of our pieces. We want to use as little as possible because the colored glass is a lot more expensive than clear glass because it has those extra metals and minerals mixed into it. So if you were to look at the cross-section of that glass, there would just be a really small amount of black sandwiched in between those layers of clear. And this is partially why we can't reuse the colored glass, is because it's kind of diluted inside of the clear glass. And at the center bench, it looks like Gabe has gotten pretty far in this fancy little cup. So just like with our piece earlier, it looks like we're going to trim off a little bit of excess glass around the opening of the piece. And right here, Sarah's brought over a little bit of clear glass and just added a little ring of glass around the side of this piece. And this is just going to add basically a physical visual texture. It's not adding any color, it's just going to be a little ring around the outside of the piece. And now that we have that little decorative ring, they were able to heat this up one more time before going on the inside of the piece with a pair of jacks and starting to open this piece up to get those nice straight walls.